And my iPad died. My iPad has died. I have a 2019 Ford Edge ST with 25,000 miles. Dang, bro. 25,000 miles? That's nice.
What's up, Brighton? What's going on, man?
Type what?
Hey, hello. You're the first one in the chat tonight. This playlists. We got some playlists. We're doing playlist things. Blah blah blah. Do 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 do. Playlist. Starting a live stream. It's been a good day. It's been a pretty good day. Blah, 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 blah. Instagram post. Alrighty, let's get this spread. Let's get it going. Oh my hell. Come on. Ba-boom. Send. Your friend got out Friday of school? That's cool. I made a rhyme. I'm so awesome. So, Tactical Llama. Who's Tactical Llama? I know Tactical Llama? Oh, yeah. Alrighty. Live Trump or live Trump, Luis? Live Trump? I'm not Trump, but I mean, I don't know. Is that a compliment? I mean, I don't mind Trump. He's not my favorite, but he's not the worst. I'm not sure what that means, but I'll take it, I guess. Goal. We're going to set a goal. Same goal we make every night, Pinky. Internet Gun Daddy. Who's your daddy? His name's Ben. Why? Are you my mommy? Who remembers that book? Live Israel. Ben is cool. My dad is pretty cool. He's a pilot. He's pretty cool. He's seen some shit. So, I said a swear. Sorry, I'm gonna try not to swear. I try not to share. I try to be all people's friendly. Hey. Yep, I'll go get right on that. There. Ting ling ling ling. I totally just put money in that little that swear jar. That swear jar I have. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Thanks for tuning in. We got 27 people watching. I appreciate that. TM082. Been thinking about becoming a firearms instructor. There are a few places near me that do the training. Just not sure if I can travel. I wish you the best of luck, TM. TM82. Is that a Pokemon reference? What's TM82? What is TM82? What is TM82? Dragon Tail? Your name is Dragon Tail? That's cool. Hey, Coors, what's going on? Welcome to the show, bud. I hope I'm not taking away too much from Carson. I know he's doing a live right now. Oh, he's got his 945 bag. That's cool. Yeah, so TMO82. If I look at that and I put that into Google, if I write TM082 instead of TMO, it comes up with a Pokemon technical machine, number 82, which is Dragon Tail. So I thought you'd find that special, because I'm a nerd, and my son's a nerd, and my kids are all nerds, so we just nerd out together. So, thank you, Smoke. I appreciate it. Luis, yes, I have an AR-15. I also have an AR-10 and an AR-9. I like it, Course. As long, you know, I'm one of those guys that's like, when it comes to work and everything, like, I believe that, like, taking the time to spend time with your family, like, your family's the most important thing. But if you have the opportunity to work a little bit, as long as it doesn't affect your relationship with your family, and you can bring in more, and that allows you to do more with your family and spend more time with your family, like, why not? Take an hour, take 1 extra hour. You know, if you get paid overtime, an extra hour each day, if 5 hours of overtime equals way more in providing for your family and being able to do something more fun on the weekend, like, go for it. I say do it. So, man, Carson's going wild. So, oh, Exom is tactical. I know I've heard of him. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I haven't. Internet Gun Daddy, you're also on you're on Carson's also. Julio is also in that one. Hi, I can't read your name, but I'm pretty sure that that's in, is that Yiddish? Is your name written in Yiddish? Hi, hello. I prefer an M16 in a hot zone. Yeah, I could say if you were in a hot zone, an M16 has 3-round burst or full auto, depending on which version of it is. So I can understand why you would want an M16. So, how was everybody's Sunday? How was everyone's Sunday? Hey, today's officially June 1st, and that means it's Pride Month. Not really. No, more importantly, it is Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. So we're going to talk about men's mental health awareness tonight. We're going to do ASMR. We're obviously going to talk about guns and politics and stuff like that. I love it, Course. Do it. Do it. Take that opportunity. I think that's a noble and worthwhile sacrifice. So tonight we're talking a little bit about men's mental health, and we'll talk about it as much as people want to. This is something that I'm really passionate about. I am a firm believer that since the Me Too movement, not that I want to take away from the Me Too movement, I think that there was some validity to some of the accusations and things that were talked about in the Me Too movement. But I think there's been a general attack and just distaste of men in general since that time. And because of that, it has affected men, like this idea of toxic masculinity, this idea of men are always inherently the enemy before they're capable of good. It feels like that. It feels like that in TV shows. It feels like that on the radio. It feels like that. If a zero is at 183 yards, would the top of the bottom post is at 216 yards, 22 long rifle. Dude, I'm going to be honest. I don't know. Why would you zero at 183 yards? Just zero at 100 yards. Zero at like 100 or 150 or 200. If you can't zero at 200, zero at 150. That would be my recommendation. Yes. I love it. Or just buy the different upper. Keep the long one just in case, but then buy the different upper or a different barrel. That way you don't have to cut anything. Yeah, I would say if you're an art, well, of course, I've seen people, depending on the 22, like I've seen some of the people that do like the really long range 22 stuff, that they've got the 22s with freaking like 24-inch barrels, and they're bench 22s, and they're like super solid and like tricked out. So if it's something like that, hey, Blanket, I can understand why he'd want to sight it out a little bit further. I would probably do 50, 75, or 100. If it's a really long range 22, then maybe 150. But I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from, saving the world. Yeah, like this one I think is sighted in at like 50 yards. It's not far. Just because I think 50 yards is probably the furthest effective lethal range that a 22 is. Jonathan Moreno, what is the most strongest gun you have? So the strongest gun that I have is my shotgun, because a shotgun at close range is going to do way more damage than anything else. My longest range gun is my AR-10 that's chambered in 6.5 Creedmoor. It's right next to my shotgun, right here. So I have my shotgun, which is a 12 gauge, and I have an AR-10 that's chambered in 6.5 Creedmoor. So I hope that answers the question. Yeah, 50. I think 50 is a safe, just kind of good distance for 22. If I get one chance to pick any gun in the world, this one comes up a lot. I don't know why it's coming up so much lately. If I get one chance to pick any gun in the world and I have no restrictions on it, I'm picking a full auto, like sub P90. I would recommend your ARs at 50, but if you like yours at, if you like the way they perform at 50 yards, like I think that's fine. I know when you qualify with the military, you shoot a target that's about 25 yards away. Sometimes it's 50 yards away, but usually not. It's usually only 25. But what you're doing is you're actually shooting at a target that's this big, and you're sighting in at a 100-yard target at 25 yards. I don't necessarily like doing it that way, but that's what they have you do with the military when you do your sighting in with your qualification rifle, because you don't have a rifle that's actually assigned to you. You're trying to do math on shots with ChatGPT. Okay. Bad Karma, 0. Welcome to the channel, Bad Karma. Which, by the way, everyone that's new, welcome. Which is the best gun, Uncle, that I own or like on the planet? 44 Carbine. Hey, what's going on, bud? Welcome, everyone. I hope that you're having a good time. I'm glad that you chose to visit us tonight. That I own. The best gun that I own? Oh, probably the most precise gun that I own is my AR-10. Is this big one? Hey, what's going on, Casual? It's I can do 1,100-yard shots with it. That's probably the best. Hey, Lane, welcome, man. Smoke. All right, later, Smoke. So I think that answers the question in the right way. Is that's probably the best machine put together, balanced. Not even balanced. It's for 1,100 yards. Like, it's not practical to shoot anything at 1,100 yards. I think it's a good skill to have. It's just not practical to like think, oh, I'm gonna hunt at 1,100 yards. Oh, I need to be able to shoot at 1,100 yards. No, 100% Bad Karma. We were just talking about zeroing in. So when you zero your rifle during qual, it's usually at like 25, maybe 50 yards, depending on the base that you're at or the location you're at. I actually can't touch any of the guns during a live stream. Can use the bottom of the top post to use as a distance. Probably not, Saving. If you're talking just iron sights, you should use, you should be lining up your iron sights flat. Gulam, hey, welcome to the channel, man. Yeah, I feel that way too, man. I feel that way too. Okay, in a scope, what kind of scope do you have? The if you look at the scope, usually the nicks, if it's etched or whatever, the nicks in the scope, they're usually for Fuzzy, what's going on? No, because I'm not stupid. I don't have a Beretta, Gulam. Sorry, I'm trying to read. So the nicks in the scope, depending on how it's marked, they should have markings that dictate what each line is in terms of drop. No, I got you, JK. Fuzzy. Oh, yeah, I picked up on it. Ty Wintha. How's it going? Winthan? Is it Winthan? Ty Winthan? I know that the first part of your name is Win. I know that. So, I like it, TM. I like it, TM. That's right. Inshallah. Hello from America, Alexander. How are you guys doing? Dude, did you guys decide to play F around and find out today? It seems like you guys decided to just, yeah, we're done. Pull the gloves. How's that going? We don't know what gun. We haven't hit the $500 yet, Lane. We haven't hit the $500. I don't have a Daniel Defense, Mirando. Blanket. I don't have a Lee Enfield. My younger brother has a Lee Enfield. He's got a 303, but he has a jungle carbine version, so it's a really short one. Do I prefer MOA or MIL on my scope? And I don't really care. I like not paying a lot for scopes. So mine are probably neither of those because I got them on Amazon. Fayaki 2x27. No, so look at the etching on your scope, bud, and it should say what it is, or in the manual for your Fayaki 2x7. Let me do some googling. Two to seven. Oh, a 2-7 by 32. But I think each of those notches is supposed to be like 50 yards, if I remember right. Yeah, I think each of those. Joshua, hey bud. Brando, do I have any staccatos? I don't. I don't own any 2011s. I actually don't really like 2011s. I think they cost a lot, and I think they're not as reliable as other pistols there are. I think if you're going to shoot competition, if you're just shooting competition, then I think get a 2011. I have both, technically, Brando. Yes, that is correct, Vortex. 100%. There's also a couple of companies that build belt-fed AR uppers, which are single. I prefer Brando. I have both because I prefer both. I think it depends on the platform and the purpose. Hey, Dangerous, what's going on? Blanket Man, I don't have any World War II guns here. I have a 1903 Springfield in Idaho. Because my brother uses it because he hunts in Idaho. So the same one that has the Lee Enfield. So I know it's really exciting. I like having this many people on. I like interacting with the chat. I think it's fun. So I am African American. Absolutely, yeah. I know it doesn't look. The lighting is really bad. I know the lighting looks really weird, but I am Antoine. Antoine Marigny. Antoine Marigny, is your dad by chance? Is his name? Is your dad Trey? Sorry, I was reading the chat. My brain decided it. Brando. I'm still in the reserves. Duels for Angels. Hello. I'm hitting close at 550 feet, 183 yards. That's good, dude. If you're hitting at 550, Antoine, your dad is Trahan. Are you serious? Are you in Utah? I work with your dad. Go show him. Go get him real quick. Go show him what you're watching. Welcome to the channel, Antoine. He'll get a kick out of it. He'll probably text me. I only know one dude whose last name is Marigny, so I think that's funny that you happen to show up in my chat. That's cool. That's funny. So, I've given him some of the recipes that he cooks when you guys are, when your mom's out of town doing the, when she's doing the referee stuff. He said, give him a call. Dude, I'm pretty sure your son, Antoine, he was scrolling on YouTube and somehow he found his way into my live stream. I just texted Antoine. Do I have a 30-30? I don't have a 30-30. I feel like all of my friends and coworkers, I'm already their unofficial uncle. Mason, my favorite gun right now is my AK-47. I worked really hard to find this and get a good deal on it, and I built it back up from what it was. So I worked hard on it. Vishal, hey, what's going on? I don't have an M4. M4 is a full auto. I don't have any of those. 62 people, yes. Everybody hit the like button. Also, okay, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to shill out to everybody. But one of the things that says quest for the revolver continues. So I don't own a revolver. You can see here, there's no revolver. One of the deals that I've made, because I do all these streams, I do all the content, and I make all the jokes and everything. I do it for all you guys that are in the chat, that watch the channel, that subscribe to the channel. So the deal that I made is that if we get to $500 in likes and supers, sorry, not $500 in likes, but in supers and memberships and stickers and all that, if we get to $500, I'm going to buy a revolver, and you guys are going to pick what revolver I buy. The chat is going to vote. You're going to pick the caliber, you're going to pick the make, and you're going to pick the model. T&J, it's a Remington Model 120. I don't own a Honey Badger. I do own a 9mm Aero Precision. That's an SBR. La Travicia, archery for arrow. No, I don't hunt deer. I wish. Cult of Nicork, I don't have an M1 Garand. I will buy an M1 Garand if I get... Well, we're going to hold the vote after we get to $500, Mechanic. We're still sitting at about 165. Hit the floor. What's going on, buddy? Smith 727. Yep. Yeah. I have not shot to Meyer. I have not shot an AKV9. I have not shot an AKV9. I don't own a 350 Legend. I don't own a 350 Legend. But I'd be happy to own a 350 Legend. 350 Legend's cool. 327, somehow autocorrect. No, 327. So 327 is a really cool revolver round. I wouldn't be opposed to 327. But yeah, I like that Chiappa. I know Hunter, what's going on, man? How do I feel about the new SIG? It hasn't officially been adopted, so it's still. Thanks, Wes. I appreciate it, man. It hasn't officially been adopted across the military. It's only been adopted within certain elements of the Army. I do like Back to the Future Karina. It's a fun series. Yes, I have heard of an AR-500. I know the folks at Phoenix Defense or Phoenix Arms in Colorado, and they build the 4570 Auto, which is a rimless cartridge that's chambered in 4570 that's on an AR-10 platform. So they called it around 500. Yeah. Ganjamin. Yeah. AZ Homegrown. Cool. The new SIG looks badass, but definitely has some quirks. I think that it has potential. I just am worried that, like some of the other stuff with SIG's weapons platforms right now, I think they might be just a little bit. I think they may be oversold. I think they overpromised and underdelivered. Chilled. It is pretty heavy. The spear, which is essentially what the new rifle is the spear. It is pretty heavy. I think that they could have gotten effectively the same. I think they could have gotten effectively the same performance out of something like 6.5 Creedmoor, which doesn't weigh as much, and they could have put it in a regular AR-10 platform, and they could have modified the ammo like they did the cartridge for the spear. More than welcome to come over, Antoine. You and your dad and your brothers and your mom. You guys can come over here. All of my optics have the Shake Awake, actually. Happy Pride Month, y'all. Southside Tony. It is mental health awareness. Pride Month, mental health awareness, they're pretty much the same thing. It's men's mental health awareness. So like all the trans women, they're double covered. Ganjamin, I know a couple people. I'm kind of on an anti-SIG thing right now, Ganjamin, but I know a lot of people that have the P365. Mechanic is one of the guys that has a P3. He's got a couple P365s and he really likes them. So 28 Nosler. I don't have a 28 Nosler. I think it's a good round. I just don't have one. You have Kendale. You have a 40 cal. You thought about swapping it out? I know 40 cal was hot for a while, but now 9mm has gotten to the point that it performs way better than 40 cal. And if you need something that has more mass, you could just go to 10 mil or 45. Dude rocking the Charlie Chaplin. No. It's you can't see it that towards the edges. It's thinner. I don't have a Charlie. See here, look. You can see it if I do this. I've got the Magnum stash, man. 28 Nosler. I agree with Dangerous. 28 Nosler is great if you reload. So is Weatherby. 300 Weatherby. You lied. Antoine says his dad has been dead since he was 13. That's messed up, man. Big Bill, thank you. I appreciate it. It's actually more like the Magnum stash, but I suppose like if you confuse Hitler with somebody like Donald Trump, I could see why this looks like a Hitler stash to somebody. You got me, Antoine. No, seriously, my buddy, his name is Trahan Marigny. He's a cool guy. Austrian painter. Talking guns. We can talk guns. I was going to talk about men's mental health because it's June, and that's what we do. Patriot Arms, what's going on, buddy? Hello, friends. It is I, Zesty Baba Yaga. It is I. So when I go, I said that because whenever I jump into my other buddies, whenever I jump into any of my my buddies' streams, their live streams, if I just hop in to be supportive or whatever. Thank you, Antoine. I appreciate it. That's I always use that line because that's the line of my character in my channels. Zesty Baba Yaga. That's how he starts all the videos when I'm Zesty Baba Yaga. As I say, "Hello, friends. It is I, Zesty Baba Yaga." So whenever I pop into somebody's channel, I say, "Hello, friends. It is I." It's fun. So C308 is among my favorites. Roller delayed, fluted chamber, pisses off the brass goblins after the 308 brass. Yeah. John's Life. Is the C308, that's the Colt one, right? Colt builds that, if I'm correct. Whoa, Ashgar. Hey, Ashgar, that's your one warning. Can one of my mods take care of that? Ashgar, we don't ask questions like that. You're good. You're good. YouTube gets weird about stuff like that. So hit the floor. I don't own any revolvers. That's why we're doing the goal. The goal is to get to 50 super chats. I don't own any revolvers at all. It's okay. Ready Up Technology took care of it. So, yeah, I like revolvers. I've just never gotten around because I've always been like, what's going to be my best bang for my buck? So I carry semi-autos. No, you're good. You're good, Patriots. You said you were going to bed, so I'm surprised you're even here. But thank you for coming in. Because I carry semi-autos, because that's generally the best bang for the buck, I've never owned a revolver. I grew up shooting a revolver. That's actually what kind of handgun I learned to shoot on. I grew up in Alaska, so my dad had a 44. Because if you went fishing or whatever in Alaska, you carried a 44 because of bears. Yeah, like the stream if you love Glock. Like the stream if you love guns. Like the stream if you love being alive. But yeah, so I never bought one, so that's why we're on a quest for a revolver. Everybody wants me to get a revolver. Everybody wants to see Baba Yaga do some stuff with a revolver. Want to see me do some range stuff with a revolver. I want to just piss people off and roll the cylinder and then pop it over because I know that a lot of thuds, it just drives them nuts when you do that. You're going to break the revolver. If I break the revolver, I'm just going to send it in and they're going to fix it. And yeah, I don't know what happened. I dropped it on accident. But revolvers aren't cheap. Some of them are cheap, but I don't know that I want like a super cheap revolver. So that's a good gun, Tyler. 4570 is nice. Brulil. This is a gun channel, and we're talking about men's mental health and guns, and everybody trying to help me find the right kind of revolver. Local university is north of the point. I'm in Davis County, Nathan. I'll just tell you that. I'm in Davis County. I see you have a picture of it. Looks like 6.5 Swede. Is that a box for 6.5 Swede? The Machinist. What am I afraid of? Literally nothing. Have you seen all the guns I have? I don't have anything to be afraid of. Also, I'm in the military, so I mean, I'm double set. But why do you immediately assume they are real DSK? Why do you immediately assume that I might be afraid of something? It's kind of weird. People can be stable and own guns. So I'm a reservist in the Air Force. I'm in the Air Force Reserves. But yeah, so I don't own a revolver. Thank you, Brulio. So that's what I mean, every man has fear, but not every man has to give in to his fear. He can use it to his advantage, or he can run from it and let it dictate his everyday actions. Yeah, so we set a goal every night on the streams. 50 super chats. We accept. I just look afraid. I'm afraid. That's funny. What's your best handgun to carry? I carry a Glock 19 clone. What is my fear? What is my fear? My fear is that people will. It's not even losing my family, because I know that I don't control that. My family controls whether or not I'm not going to do anything to risk that. My fear is that I will be remembered as someone that people couldn't rely on. So I can't. I can show you my other pistols, because my Glock 19 clone is currently being unavailable for video. I don't own actually, I take that back. The Springfield 1903 that I have in Idaho that my brother uses for hunting, it's chambered in 30-06. What's up, B-Rive? It's in Idaho. It's like, thank you, JJR. Thank you. But yeah, like I was saying, so that's the deal. You guys can pick whatever revolver you want me to buy. Scott, it is a Marlin Model 60. Oh, that's the first message I've seen you put. Dilf Milf. So, what is an affordable optic for close to mid-range for an AR? Do you want it to be variable? Talon, do you want to be able to change how much you magnify, or do you just want a single magnification? Like an ACOG, because what you're describing sounds to me kind of like a reflex, like an ACOG reflex sight. So, dude, I'm more than happy to buy whatever. So, dude, I've been looking at revolvers, and I've had a lot of different things. Probably the lowest costing revolver that makes sense, that isn't trash, is the Taurus 692. Now that's not the one that everybody wants. Everybody wants me to get like a 500 Magnum, or a 460, or a 444, or a 44, like all these painful firearms. But the problem is that those are way more than 500. So I'm more than happy to buy one of those. And if you guys vote for that, I'm fine. But we can't vote until we get to at least the $500 mark in super chats and memberships, because my channel barely gets any monetization, and my wife will not be happy if I go spend $2,000 on a revolver just to shoot content. Because if it's a 500 Smith & Wesson, that's all I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna go shoot that. I'm not gonna EDC that. Alvaro. That is that's my Remington 120. Just don't tell her. Yeah, see, that's not how relationships work, V Cobra. I'm from Iran. Are there any AKs that are made in Cuba? I'm sure that someone has tried to make an AK in Cuba and failed miserably. Exactly, casual. On a P365X macro, picking up next week. Israth, I really like Hollow Sun optics. I'm not sponsored by anybody. Nobody pays me money except YouTube for views. That's it. And you guys when you donate through super chats and super stickers and all that. I like the Taurus Judge. I don't know if I'm going to go that route, but I don't mind it. Did Coors Light, did he say something weird again? I believe that someone could make an AK out of a shovel. That doesn't. I have a 30-06 up in Idaho, where at my mom's farm. So yeah, Israth, I'm not sponsored, so I only have my experience. The pistol optics that I have are Hollow Sun. I've shot the Vortex ones. I've shot Sileys. I think they're great. I think they're all great. I think your best bang for your buck is the Hollow Sun. It's not an enclosed optic. They make an enclosed one. It just costs more. But for like $250, you can get a really good optic that'll fit just about any. You can get the footprint to fit whatever size you need, and yeah, it works out well. Okay, thank you, Course. What type of oil? Oh shoot! I wish freaking Shed Owl was on. So I have a buddy who Sierra. I have a buddy who actually he's a carpenter, and he knows a lot about how to preserve the wood on firearms if you're looking to preserve it better. I think somebody said that you could actually mix like diesel fuel and something to preserve wood, and it works really well. Military historian, I don't have a Bushmaster. Bushmaster I think makes some pretty good stuff. They actually make one of my favorite AR pattern style rifles, the ACR. Well, actually, Magpul originally designed it for Remington. Remington commissioned it, and then they sold the pattern to their Bushmaster line after they bought Bushmaster and sold it under Bushmaster. And now somebody else has it. I can't remember who, but somebody else bought it. Magpul Masada into an ACR, and then Magpul also developed the Masood, which was the 308 version of the ACR, which used a type of variable bolt that didn't have to be swapped out. All you had to do was change the barrel for pretty much anything that would fit an AR-10. Mike, I appreciate the enthusiasm. That would be unconstitutional for Trump to run a third time. So I don't support that. And that opens all kinds of doors for the liberals, and that's probably not the best thing for our country. Oh, mine's a Springfield 1903. Yeah, not a huge fan of that. On a rifle, how fast to get on target with red dot compared to iron sight? Dude, it just takes practice. You can in theory you can get on faster if you do it a lot, if you go and spend time at the range. But if you have someone who's never shot before with a red dot and someone who's never shot before with an iron sight, it's probably going to be pretty close. By the end of the day, the red dot's probably going to be faster. Blake, I actually like the way the wood AR furniture looks. I think it looks kind of sexy. Future Hall of Famer, chicken is delicious. Later, sponsor. Love you, bud. Thanks for stopping in. Voyage 9, hey. Johnny B. So I'm not Army. I'm Air Force Reserve. I'm an IT guy. Thank you, B. Yeah, Johnny B doing questionable things. I mean, it's a little bit homo, but that's okay. It's fine. It's Pride Month. It's okay this month. Remember, it's Pride Month. Don't report me as doing Nazi salutes. I had my hands closed. We heard about that today. Cory Booker, if he didn't have his hands like this, so as long as you're like this or like this, then it's okay. That was all over the news. Captain Sabaho, yes, I'm in the chair force. Does it bounce? Does what bounce? The red dot? Does what jiggle? I can jiggle. I'm good at that. Playing PUBG. I have no idea what your name is playing PUBG, but I'm happy for you. So I do have the stash. I have a glorious stash. I used to have the thing where I could grow the full beard. I used to be able to grow the full beard. No Brazilian. Tell you what, I'll make a fart noise though if you donate $20. I'll make a fart noise. If that's what your request is. Vin Diesel. I taught Vin Diesel how to drive. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't teach Vin Diesel how to drive. I'm not convinced that Vin Diesel actually knows how to drive. I do not, Blanket Man. Why was I placed on a timeout? Someone reported that you had a Johnny P. Thank you, bud. Someone reported that you put something inappropriate. So, dude, I saw a guy. He's got a channel. All he does is he sets up his stuff, and people donate, and all he does is gets up and yells. It makes noise in his channel if you donate, and he just gets up and yells at the camera. I don't care if you donate $20, but it would put us closer to being able to buy the Revolver, and then it puts you guys closer to voting on the Revolver. I think Vin Diesel should go to his actual name and not go by Vin Diesel anymore. His real name's Mark Vincent. I don't know, JJR. Sometimes they get YouTube. I have my moderators that can do things, but sometimes YouTube can just do things. Wood furniture, had a bias for wood. I like it, Blake. I think that's cool. I know I do have, it's the mustache. I used to have the full beard you see in some of my early videos, but man, since I went to the mustache, like people just, they throw themselves at me. PSA or Diamondback? Nick, 66, great question. Whichever one you can afford and can afford to buy more ammo for and become more proficient with. If you have the money to do it with a Diamondback, do the Diamondback. If Diamondback's out of your price range, you should do the PSA. Because in the end, your proficiency with the rifle is more important than the rifle itself. Chilled Tobe. So I am a constitutionalist. So like I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Libertarian. I'm a constitutionalist. I live my life by the Constitution. I vote according to what I believe is in the Constitution. That being said, YouTube is a business. And when you, essentially what I'm doing is I'm leasing the rights to use their platform in order to talk to people. So in order to do that, I have to live by their rules. So it's limiting in the freedom of speech, but I'm agreeing to it by saying that I'm going to use their stuff. That's where I take it. I am able to differentiate the two because of kind of my constitutional values and take on things. When you say people throw themselves at you with the mustache, does that include the bros? They do. And it's Pride Month, so it's okay. It doesn't count this month. It's totally normal. It's supported and promoted, which is great because it's also Men's Mental Health Awareness Month. So everyone that's throwing themselves at me, that's a dude, and then me, we can all go recover afterwards and like talk about it to our psychologists and everything. Be like, I don't know what was going on. Now they think they're gay because they wanted me. It's great. Semi-automatic tactical shotguns. I heard outside of budget shotguns, they are unreliable for feeding and ejecting. It's vanilla M4, worth the price of it. I've shot a Benelli M4 and I've shot a couple of the clones. I think that if you're gonna buy a clone, Sonny, I think that the clones are good. I think that you need to be prepared to probably put a little bit of work into it. Might need to take some sandpaper to the feed rail. Might need to there might be like some quality control things. Things aren't probably going to be as completely smooth as on a Benelli. But there's a broad range of those types of clones. There's also clones of like the Beretta A300 Ultra, and they're pretty nice. But again, you're sacrificing the quality control that Benelli and Beretta have for the function. That whole the system on it, like the action and everything, it can be cloned now because it's outside of that whatever the intellectual property copyright is, the patent is. That's why you've got Gen 3 Glock clones now. That's why you've got clones of the Benelli and the A300 Ultra, things like that. Correct, Nathan. So the government can't silence your First Amendment right, but a business can, if you're trying to use their stuff. Yeah, I think Diamondbacks are good. I don't own one. I think they cost more than what they're worth. Felonious, thank you. Please feel free. I can answer any questions about them. Recovery from whatever. Exactly. Recovery from AA. From whatever. That's stupid funny. AA-12. Now that's a shotty. AA-12 is an amazing shotgun. Is pump action better? Some people would say pump action's better. I think that pump action and semi-auto, depending on the use case, I think that they're fairly congruent with one another. I think they. What's your opinion on pump action over semi-auto? I prefer semi-auto. I don't own one. You see, I've got a pump action behind me, and I have another pump action upstairs. But I'm planning to get a semi-auto soon. Best weapon ever made is the rock Abel picked up. Abel didn't pick up a rock. It was Cain. DD solid. Yes. What's up? What's happening? Just answering questions, King. There's lots of people in the chat, and I'm trying to keep up with everybody. What's up with the one between the Marlin and the shotgun? Oh, Felonious. That is my 6.5 Creedmoor. It's an AR and 6.5 Creedmoor. Yeah, I was saying, so here's the thing. Saiga 12s are pretty cool, Blake. Here's the thing. A lot of the companies that sell these ARs for ridiculous amounts, really the part that really comes down to how it functions is a little bit the bolt carrier group. I think that it's important, but not as important as some people think. But more than anything, it's the actual chamber portion, the head spacing in the chamber, how that's all set up, and the barrel. Most of the uppers and lower receiver, the upper receiver and lower receiver, most of that all comes from the same aluminum. Some places have lathes and they are CNC machines and they cut it out themselves. But like a company like Stag Arms. Stag Arms is known for making really high quality stuff. They're just known for it. They charge a lot for it. It's expensive. It's good stuff. Aero Precision, which is what my two guns here are, makes the stuff for Stag Arms. When you buy a Stag Arms, you're buying an Aero Precision with Stag Arms name on it. When you buy a Bushmaster, you're buying a Remington. When there's a lot of companies that are like that. Now, you think the BCG is more important than the barrel? I don't know. I think it can be, but I don't know. I think harmonics, I think barrel harmonics, your twist rate, the composition of the barrel, whether or not it's fluted, whether or not it's heavy, I think all of that can have a lot more effect on how your rifle shoots than just the BCG. But that's okay, dude. I'm not a perfect armorer. No, I think the BCG is important. Let me rephrase it. I want to make sure that I'm very clear. I think having a good BCG is important. I just don't know if there's a huge difference in performance between a $100 BCG and a $300 BCG. But I do think there's a huge difference in performance between a $400 barrel and a $900 barrel. If we're using the same proportion in like cost proportion. That's all I'm trying to say, Dangerous. So no, I agree. That's why I don't think it's necessary to spend the money on something like a Daniel Defense. I think you can build a good quality firearm that isn't that expensive. Daniel Defense upper and budget lower. Yeah, like your lower shouldn't really matter. Your lower is probably like all the lower does is it holds the trigger and the safety. It doesn't actually contain any of the pressure. The lower is go buy the least costing lower you can find. That's what I tell people. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up with all the chat. I'm still casual. I'm now sitting at, I think I'm sitting at just under $170 total since Thursday. Sonny, you asked a question about men's mental health. Hey everybody, I'm trying to get through all of the chat. Sorry. Hey Dangerous, I'm gonna make you a mod. And Mechanic, I'm gonna make you a mod again. Just because I'm having trouble keeping up with everything. Okay. So I want to answer Sonny's question because he asked about men's mental health awareness. He asked, and that's something that's really big. Mental health awareness is almost as important to me as like my family and the Second Amendment, not necessarily in that order. So, any advice on getting through extreme social anxiety stress? I don't have a lot of advice on that. I'm sorry. I'm a pretty outgoing person. I mean, I have a YouTube channel, so that says a little bit. I like going out and doing things, but I guess the thing that I would say is like maybe sit down and decide like and write down the things that like is it just being around people? Is it being away from home? Because I think those are two different things. Being away from family, being around strangers. Is it a number of people, or is it just being in an environment that you don't control the situation? Those are the types of questions that I would ask, and be honest with yourself. Like it's hard sometimes to ask invalidating questions to yourself. And then from there you can go, you can look at, okay, what are the things that are affecting me? So then that's where you can maybe get to a point where you can move forward in being able to address some of those concerns. The anxiety of being around lots of people, the anxiety of going to the Walmart and things like that. So I'm not going to tell you what the answer is because everybody's different. I think that there's more value in looking at what is making you feel that way and what's causing that, and then thinking to yourself, just like any man, I assume, would approach the situation. Okay, here's the problem. What's the way that I'm going to solve this problem? Because that's what's going to make it more personal. That's what's going to make it more feeling. That's what's going to make it more meaningful. Is by finding that solution and personalizing it instead of just whatever somebody else tells you. Does that make sense? I hope that doesn't sound like a cop-out answer. Felonious, that's a Norinco. That's a Norinco Type 56. Sorry, I'm going to try to get back to things. Yes, Kilo, that's how I build my personal guns, like Aero Precision Lower, PSA on a DD upper. Yeah, Kilo. Use a low-cost lower and then maybe spend a little bit more on the upper. Although Aero Precision does make good uppers. Thoughts on Palmetto State? I don't mind Palmetto State. My Glock clones are PSAs. Stag Arms is good. DDBC, yeah. Dangerous has got some good answers there. Trigger pull does come into play as well. Yes, how you pull the trigger, but that comes with practice. Comes with proficiency. Go to the range. Christian, I think depending on the caliber, that's true. Ammo matters more than the barrel. I think depending on the caliber. Wade, awesome, thank you. When we get to our goal, when we get to the channel goal of $500 in supers and memberships, then you guys can all vote on the gun that I buy. Can happen. What's most likely to happen? Yeah. No, it's really not the American way. I assume. Can I be a mod? Not yet, Blanket Man. There's no such thing as too many if you like collecting. Yeah, I agree. There's no such thing as too many guns. You might be if something bad happens in your community. Let's say there's a really bad natural disaster. Let's say the worst possible thing that we can think of. There's a civil war. Let's say China gets off a bunch of nukes and they shoot EMPs and we're back in the Stone Age. Like, you might be the community armory. There's nothing wrong with having lots of firearms and knowing who you trust and learning how to trust your gut and instincts on who you think is reliable and who isn't in how to protect you, your family, and your community. Oh dear, what did Casual just do? Okay, I thought you did another huge thing, Casual. Thank you, everybody. Casual Mechanic just donated $20 towards our Revolver goal, and I really appreciate that. He's been very generous towards that Revolver goal, and he wants. I know what gun he wants me to get, and I kind of hope I get the gun he wants me to get. So, what do you think of TSIS 1911? My shop has them on sale for $280 right now for the standard 5-inch government version. Is it a good first 1911 to test the waters? Dangerous. You had some thoughts on TSIS. You said that for the most part they're pretty good. Maybe swapping some trigger stuff. Is that right? Becoming dangerous. If you're okay, good. You answered that. Okay, good. Sorry. What's your full name, address, and social security number? None yet. Collecting something which unique purpose is to kill something isn't right, but that way of life. What? Collecting something which unique. Zavada, I don't understand. What's this collecting something which unique purpose is to kill? I don't know what that means. What's the most powerful gun in my collection? Technically, Hugh, it's my shotgun. What else can it do? It can also prevent killing, Zavada. Lever action or bolt action? I think it depends on the goal. Biggie Mexican. Bolt action rifles are cool. Protect yourself without shooting, killing. Yeah, thank you. Become dangerous. Yeah, an investment. Guns are a non-depreciating asset. Yeah, I saw a Mosin Nagant the other day that was $500. A Mosin Nagant that I used like 10 years ago I could have bought for $75. $500. Super safety before they banned again? Yeah, that's up to you. I would go FRT before I went super safety. Thanks, Casual. Guitar Freak. I agree. I should buy a gun. I should buy another gun. What's your opinion on which is better with accuracy and protection, Glocks or revolvers? Danimus. I think that's a debate that's been going on for a long time. I think both are very reliable. I think that accuracy is going to come down to more what kind of pressures and what kind of speed you have coming out of your barrel and how long your barrel is. But that kind of gets thrown out with revolvers because revolvers don't have the same muzzle velocity that closed chambers do. 45 ACP or 9mm. If I'm carrying something, if I can't carry something that has higher capacity than 45 ACP. Protect yourself without shouting. Zavada, I don't know what your argument is. Dave, cool. I'm in Davis County. I'm out by the Air Force Base. Vortex, 100%. Better to have it, not need it. Interesting. Moses near me go for upwards of 1,000. Yeah. Like, seriously, Felonious. Like, what in the heck? Who would have ever saw that? You used to be able to buy a crate of them. I sound like a FUD, I know. that's a Finnish Mosin makes sense to me. CGL, you're a war vet. Hey, I'm a war vet too, dude. Cool. Welcome to the channel. Okay, fish. Dennis. Oh, for sure. Sorry. You ever quick scoped? No, that's not a real thing that people do. I think Zavada, I don't know that he's anti-gun. I think he's just uninformed. Spanish Fork. Oh, cool. My mom used to live in Spanish Fork. Zavada, most gun owners, especially multiple guns, have never killed anything they didn't eat. That's me, except for the raccoons. Yeah. Uzi 9mm or phased plasma rifle in the 40-watt range? Phased plasma rifle in 40-watt. A Mosin was my first big gun I bought when I was 18 to that. Yeah. Kyle, yeah. Good investment. Go sell it for like $500, man. I deal with the new guy when I missed. Yeah, nothing really. I had 357 Smith & Wesson Highway Patrolman for sale. Scummiest. Cool. I can't buy a gun from someone on YouTube, and I don't sell them on YouTube. I'll buy a gun from a website, and I'll buy a gun from a pawn shop, but we don't sell or buy guns on live streams. Danimus, I have an ARC. I have an SBR. I have a 9mm right here. I think it's cool. Lego Kid, thank you. You're awesome, dude. No, I feel that, Kyle. I'm just saying. If you ever needed some quick cash, you know how that would work. Any advice on re-entering the civilian life? Okay, so this is one that I can kind of speak to because if you've ever been deployed before and you're coming back, or if you're transitioning from military to civilian life, it's not always easy. It's a battle, and it's more a battle. Hey, Martin, what's going on? Welcome to the channel, bud. Thank you everybody who's here in the channel, and thank you everybody that's been liking. Wow, 50 likes. That's awesome. Chill Topes, I think that being able to use a shotgun is going to be critical, and more like this, more like a bird shotgun. Sonny, so when it comes to re-entering the civilian life, the first thing that I'm going to say is like remember your values, but have fun. Okay? Don't change who you are. Don't change the way that you approach problems, but also don't be afraid to kind of loosen up. Most of us are used to dealing. Yeah. Take some time off. If you're in the military now and you're getting ready to leave, or if you've just separated, like take some time off. Use some of the resources that Yellow Ribbon has available. There's some really cool stuff and opportunities that are out there. Do like the Palace Chase thing if you're in the Air Force. I think the Army and the Marines have a version of Palace Chasing. I can't remember what it's called, but there's some really cool resources that you can use that will that just make life a little bit easier. That kind of show you the ways that you can learn to reintegrate and just have fun. And honestly, people are going to think that you're a lot probably cooler than you think you are. Dude, just let them have fun. Have fun with them. Blake, your favorite time is 22 long rifles and tracers. Your wallet hates drums. Yeah, your wallet probably hates everything when you buy 22 long rifle tracers. Chilled Tobes, I think that shotguns in modern warfare are going to become more prevalent. Or I think we're going to have to become less reliant on technology, because I think we're going to see a large surge in being able to do like targeted EMP, micro EMP. Dangerous, yeah, 100%. Do nothing, take some time, go to school. Yeah, you think we'll have grunts with underbarrel master keys cycling birdshot in response to those FPVs soon? Maybe. I think more than likely we'll have dudes with like probably like Dragon's Breath or the weighted nets with that have electrical current, like tasers. Think of like a taser net I think that we're going to see rounds like that. So, and that's only effective if they're within like what would be considered reasonable shotgun range. Like you have to think about if you're talking FPV drones like a bird, think about what kind of a shot would you take at like a duck or a goose. If it's not that close, you're probably not going to take a shot with a shotgun. You're probably better off using something that's AI driven, that does auto fire and can hit targets at long range, like the laser weapon protection system that's on boats. You're probably going to see more of that as become a regular part of like ground infantry and military vehicles, is my guess. Yeah, I've shot a bird. How many of you have a 100 out of 100 KD on foul? If you don't have a 100 out of 100, it's even harder to hit a drone. Trust me. I bought a couple of those cheap, like $30 drones, just to try it out. Had one of my kid. My kid is he's got a license to fly drones, and we've gone out and we've tried it. This was before drone warfare was really big. It's not easy. It's not easy. Suburban semi-auto 300 is awesome. I love it. Is it an AR platform, or is it in just like a? Is it like a traditional like BAR or semi-automatic hunting rifle platform? Drones keep sneaking and spiking your limit. CJ117, my opinion on guns is that guns don't kill people. People kill. Yep, 100% CJ. Yeah, dangerous. I agree with that. Going straight into civilian work probably is going to be a lot harder to integrate and just get used to it. CGL, cool. Stinger gunner. Ruger GP100 or Smith & Wesson 327 TR8. Based on stability, I'm going to go with the 327. I've heard mixed reviews about the GP100. What shell? Probably something that, like I said, something that's like a cross between one of those net rounds and a taser round, or maybe not like straight birdshot, but like one step up higher than birdshot, and throw in some Dragon's Breath birdshot, some kind of variation on Dragon's Breath birdshot. What is my favorite European car? Blanket, that's a great question. My favorite European car is the Mercedes-Benz R65 AMG. And everybody's going, what is that? Hook your kid up with a local fire department. There's job opportunities flying drones for wildfires. Yeah, he's got his amateur license. He's waiting to hear back if he passed for school for the state amateur license. Or he's got his, what is it? He's got his he got his amateur license. He's waiting to hear back if he's got his like entry something license. What is your favorite European? Oh, it's me. Hey, Paul, what's going on? Range drill ideas. Jay writes 22s. Range drill ideas. So before you do like speed drills or anything like that, I recommend just do. I don't even like the 10-10-10, which is like the 10 shots, 10 seconds at 10 yards. What I would say is just become proficient at like center mass targeting. Just become proficient at center mass targeting with like 5 rounds. Just do 5 rounds, center mass. You don't even have to take a huge amount of time. I would say doing 5 rounds center of mass in 10 seconds is probably pretty good at 5 to 10 yards. Get comfortable with that. Then maybe start doing like the, what is it, the Mozambique drill and some of the other stuff that's like 2 in the head, 1 in the chest, or 2 in the chest, 1 in the head. You can do that kind of stuff, or you can do like the star pattern. I think it's good to have that dexterity, but like most of us, if we're in a situation where we're going to use it, it's not going to be a got to do it right now without thinking. It's going to be, oh crap, this is happening. I need to compose myself. Okay, let's get my target acquisition. Let's do it. Like the dude at the mall in Ohio. That's probably, or Iowa, whatever the two of those were. That's probably more likely what it's going to be like. As soon as the wife got out, we moved out in the country. Yep. Yo, Paul. Yeah. I have been in multiple war zones, CGL, yeah. With the Air Force, so it's a little different. I do operations. I'm an IT guy. I've done aircraft maintenance. But I spent 2.5 years with the Army doing anti-drug and anti-terrorism. So, both, Ejaz, I mean, I've never had to use it in self-defense. But self-defense doesn't necessarily mean using it. It can be just deterring a situation from happening. My favorite American car is a 1969 Shelby Cougar XR7. It is, but becoming dangerous. FPVs is chicken, but it works, and it's very effective. Like, it's stupid the way that it's being used and how it was used and come up with, but it's effective and it works, and it's changed things drastically. FPV drones have basically made it so that, like, there are very few circumstances that even, like, helicopters make sense now. There's a purpose for helicopters, but, like, a reconnaissance helicopter that's manned, we don't need that anymore. You can literally have, like, a recon helicopter with a couple of, a $500 drone with a $500 munition that will be just as effective at taking out a target, and maybe even more so than like an Apache now in a recon situation. Blanket, what? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, correct, casual. Kyle, did you hear what I said about the American car? Brando, I can't do anything with the guns right now on the chat. Did you get the Car 98 I wanted to get? I haven't gotten the Car 98 yet. I haven't bought any new guns since December. Lemon juice in both eyes, spin in circles 10 times, then hot sauce, and then start. Yeah, do that. Fabric L4S and Mossberg 940 Pro waterfowl. So in terms of control and stability, would you say both perform the best? Suki, I think those are both good guns, but I think it used, if you're talking about for waterfowl, then I think you don't necessarily, if you're just hunting, you probably don't need a Mossberg or a barn. You could probably buy a $300 pump action shotgun for waterfowl. Upper thoracic cavity, the spine boxing, yeah. The Dickens drill, ever shot a dude? That's a really weird question. No, I've never shot anybody. I haven't needed to. I've never shot anybody with a gun. What guns are in the back? I have a shotgun. I have 3 ARs. I have an AK-47, 2 9mm pistols, and I have a Marlin Model 6022. Paul, I don't play Xbox. What we say about drones? Yeah. I've taken time off. It's been years at this point. Is it normal to view the public and people are no longer of aid, interest, feel so isolated from the world? I don't know that it's normal, but it's understandable depending on what you did and what your experience is. Like, it's hard to view the when you see everything that's going on with social media and the dissent and the separation and the differing opinions but unwillingness to come to common ground. It's hard to feel like you can trust people because it feels like people want to be violent. Yeah, I keep rolling and it's going really far. Why did the N1 rocket explode? It was found that LOX turbo pump in the number 8 engine had exploded just before liftoff. The pump was recovered from the debris and found it. I have no idea what you're talking about, Spacer Phil. Suki, I hope I answered your question. My favorite European car is the Jesco. I'm owner of CGL. I haven't seen any stuff on recon teams hunting operators. I agree. Kane confirmed upper thoracic cavity will not end purposeful movement right away unless spinal column is damaged. Correct. Do I like arenas? I have no idea what that means. Never take more than 2 weeks off. Real life is still out there and doesn't go away. I agree with that, Nathan. Try not to go on too long a leave, unless it's like a transition to, maybe unless it's a transition to a new way of life. Getting the operators needs to be a priority. They can track the arson. Yes, dangerous. I see what you're saying. What was my first gun? My first gun was that 22 that's back there. Never say never. And man, I'm so far behind. I feel like. Can you show us that pump shotgun? Rohan, I can't touch the guns. Even a heart shot will leave them fighting for a while. They're going to blah blah blah. Small 410 revolver for lightweight individual infantry drone defense. I don't think that would be effective, Blake. I think you'd need something more like a bird gun for it to be truly effective against drones. You'd need something like a bird gun. Do I play Xbox? I don't play Xbox. I have a PlayStation. I do have a pretty good PC, a laptop, but I just don't play Xbox as much, if at all. Arena D. What is Arena D, CGL? Hey, Daniel. Apex Legends. Oh, you guys are talking about video games. Okay, sorry. What drone would I own in SHTF? Rohan, I can go close to it like this. That is as much as I can do, bud. I've never put any thought into what kind of drone I should get. Honestly, if we're being practical, if it's SHTF, save up the money, buy like a $600 DJI. Buy one that's gonna have a really good battery life, that uses simple charging methods, that you can easily control from either a simple to use remote that it comes with, or from a smart device. That's what I would recommend. Olivia, I don't play Xbox. I have a PlayStation. I do have a gaming PC, but I just don't play video games that much anymore. So, man, I feel like I have been talking nonstop. I'm sorry. I want a boys at rifle. I don't know what that means, Blake. Hey, give me like 5 minutes, guys. I'm gonna go check on my kids upstairs because I've been downstairs for almost an hour and a half. And I don't know that I think you'd run out of Falcons, Nathan. I think it works sometimes, but if we're talking the drones that have like munitions attached to them, later course. I don't know that Falcons would work. Hey, give me 5 minutes, guys. Don't run away. I promise I'll be back in 5 minutes. Please continue to talk with one another. Enjoy the guns. I'll put on some gun sounds in the background. My guns shooting at the range, and I will be back in 5 minutes. Just gonna go check on my kids and get my drink. That's not making any noise. That was my AK, by the way, at the range. Okay, friends, I'm back. Sorry. Did we lose? Oh, we didn't lose too many people. That's awesome. Alrighty. Went and got my drink. Went and got a snack. Alright. Okay. You fall asleep to the thing every night? Alright. Okay, everybody, give me a second. Give me a second. Before everybody gangs up, I want to talk to Zava. So, I can, yeah, casual and becoming dangerous when it comes to RF signal. I promise you, there are apps you can buy on your phone that will let you track a signal. They're like $5. You can use a cell phone to track an RF signal across the RF spectrum. Ricky D, awesome. So I'm eating a Robert Irvine Crunch Meal Replacement Bar. It's 200 calories. It's got more carbs than I would like, but it's okay. Michael Fuller, it's actually like $2,500 worth of guns in the background. That's cool. It's all right. Daniel Albert, whether we support it or not, it doesn't matter. It's a part of military life. All right. Sorry, I'm eating and it's gross. Zavada. I don't want anybody to attack Zavada. I want to have a conversation with Zavada. Because he's brought up a couple things. I want to know what his goal is tonight. Christopher, we've kind of been all over the place talking about drone warfare, guns, builds, ammo, zeroing rifles, anti-tank stuff, jets, military, cars, mental health. Ben, I like it. I like your play there. Golf clap. As Baba Yaga would say, golf clap. Golf clap. That's pretty good. I like it. That's pretty good, Ben. I like it. Your naming is smooth. Do I have PTSD? Probably. I've seen a dude get cut in half with a Hellfire missile. Does that count? Thank you, Swede. I have a 6.5 Creedmoor. I know it's not quite Swede, but my AR-10 here is 6.5 Creedmoor. I'm an Air Force dude, Michael. Because the explosive ends the life. And here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing with drone warfare. Do something funny. Come on, that was worth $5. I just touched my nipples on screen. Come on. Come on, that was worth it. I don't know. I see people talking about owning guns like owning pillows. I don't get the love for them since they brought so much hate. Okay, Zavada. I don't want anybody to talk to Zavada. I'm going to have a conversation with Zavada. Do your best. I know. Try to refrain. Zavada, did hate exist before firearms? It's okay. It's Pride Month, dude. It's Pride Month. I can do it. Okay, so how can you say that guns brought hate? Did guns bring hate? If it existed, did guns bring hate? That's right. Although Michael, I did spend 2.5 years deployed with the Army doing anti-drug and anti-terrorism. It was called Operation Copper Cactus with the National Guard. Wait, meaning they brought so much in such a limited amount of time. But how did the guns bring the hate? Like, the guns don't have emotions, so how did the guns bring the hate? Thanks, Chaos. I did OEF, and then last year I was in Qatar doing operations in Qatar, doing coalition stuff, and we did. I was a part of the transition from OEF to Prosperity Guardian. Yeah, I get how, Zavada, I get how you can say that guns are effective at ending life. But Zavada, people were killing each other. People were killing each other before guns came. And I would argue that they were doing it in a much more inhumane way. In fact, wars prior to firearms, no, they weren't killing each other in way less amounts. They were killing each other in way more amounts. They just weren't killing each other on the battlefield in way more. They were harming each other, and then they were suffering and dying from disease and sickness, and there were more people that had infirmities, and they were spreading that disease. Like wars, more people die from disease and wounds and infection in the past. You can watch History Channel, you can read about it in history. Wounds would cause disease and bacteria and infection way more than they would kill. But that still came from war. Including fire weapons. What's a fire weapon? No, dude, Zavada, World War I was known as the Great War. It was traumatizing because no one had seen warfare on that scale before. Because no one had ever tried to... Like, the world is getting smaller. The smaller the world is, then the more shocking any type of conflict seems. And, like, you can be anti-gun, but it doesn't stop people from doing evil. There was a guy in Colorado today that set people on fire because guns are outlawed. There's a bunch of guns that are outlawed in Colorado. And so he walked around, threw Molotov cocktails, and was spraying people with alcohol and then throwing lighters at them. So he didn't even use a gun. Like, he was committing hate without a gun because he didn't have a gun. In the UK, they don't have guns. And now they're starting to ban zombie knives and kitchen knives unless you're registered as a chef. Okay? So you're attributing an emotion to a stationary object, to something that doesn't have emotions, to something that isn't alive. So I get it. I get it. Guns can be frightening and scary if you don't know how to use them and you don't respect them. But guns can also be a great deterrent. Okay, so Zavada, that's a great question. Okay, that's a great statement. What about a nuclear weapon isn't an arm that can be used by a regular person. So nukes are out of the question. But let's talk about the Second Amendment was for people against a possible tyrannical government. Okay, so Zavada, in that argument, let's say that all of the people that voted for Donald Trump, let's say we're all wrong. And let's say that everyone who hates Donald Trump, let's use this as a scenario. Let's say you're right. Let's say that Donald Trump, okay? Let's say that Donald Trump is the Hitler person that everyone believes, okay? Let's say that Donald Trump is the Hitler person that everyone believes. Let's say he dismantles the American government and he forces, he takes total dictatorial control over the military. And everyone that's in like the regular active duty military follows him. All right? He does away with Congress. That's what many of the people on the left, the Democrats, the Democratic Socialists, that's what they have been saying since he was elected is going to happen. If that is going to happen, and it does happen, it's people like me that are going to be on the side of democracy to put an end to that. So, are you saying that because we can't? Are you saying that we won't be able to fight back in that scenario? Or are you saying that because that's an unrealistic scenario, we don't need guns? Because everyone says that that's what's going to happen. So using your statement that the founding fathers said that we should have guns to fight against a possible tyrannical government, well, there's a whole entire 47% of the nation that didn't vote for Donald Trump that says that's exactly what's going to happen. So doesn't it make sense that we should, and you and the people? No, you said a possible tyrannical government. I am using the scenario that is reality, that exists. That's what people are saying. So I'm saying, if that happens, is there warranted reason for having guns? Zavada? Do you think the people in Ukraine right now, do you think that they wish that they had better gun rights right now? What about other people in Europe? Do you think there's a reason maybe countries like Poland and France and Germany why they're starting to loosen up some of their gun laws or starting to encourage people to go and learn how to use guns or teaching it in schools? Because that's happening right now. And people have said many, many times, maybe if we gave the guns that we had here in America to Ukraine, then they wouldn't be in the situation they're in. Like you made the argument that it's for a tyrannical government. So I'm posing situations that have used or that have been theorized to be tyrannical governments. And so now I'm saying, so is it still wrong to have guns in your mind? Those are literally tyrannical governments. But we're not talking about outside threats. We're talking about inside threats. You said tyranny. All right? Outside threats are just another potential thing. Okay, but I'm saying Ukraine doesn't have the same type of gun laws that we have here in the U.S. Would Ukraine right now be in a better situation if they were allowed to have more firearms? If their civilian population was able to defend themselves better? They wouldn't? You don't think that the firearms, the ability to be armed, would have made a difference? in Ukraine. Sorry, Slick. Here. There's an AK for you. Zepo, you are correct. We should have been protecting Ukraine from the day that Russia started shooting. We should have. That was part of the armistice agreement that we had with Ukraine when they turned over their nukes. President Biden did not do that. And then the battle escalated. You are correct. The armistice that was made, we should have gone in and started. NATO and the U.S. should have gone in and done it. They didn't, and that was under Biden. That was Biden's fault. Yeah, the reason we're not getting more involved at this point is because Russia's under no obligation whatsoever to stop what they're doing. But that's a whole other thing. That's a whole other. No one's going to give Ukraine nuclear weapons back, but I think Ukraine will probably, if they get to a point where they're stable, they'll probably try to develop their own nuclear weapons again. And I don't think you're going to see any more ever again, any country that develops nuclear weapons or is trying to. You're never going to see them negotiate to sign an agreement that they won't develop nuclear weapons at the as long as another country will defend them. The only way countries are going to stop other countries from getting nuclear weapons is if they destroy their nuclear weapons programs. So, I agree to an extent, Dangerous. I agree to an extent. Well, see, that's the caveat there, Zavada. If you want to hold the government in check, they have to have a reason to fear doing something tyrannical. If they don't have anything to fear, then there's nothing to stop them. Firearms are regulated. Everyone that purchases a firearm from a federally licensed dealer has to pass a 4473 background check. They are regulated. I think Zelensky is not probably the best person to be in charge of the Ukrainian situation. I agree, Dangerous. Kelly, I think the best thing that could happen. With Ukraine is a situation like North and South Korea. 400 million people at your throat is pretty terrifying. Not if they're all unarmed, but they aren't, luckily. You have to remember, only about 40% of the American population own the firearms that are privately in possession. So if the firearms were causing the hate and they were the problem, shouldn't, like by your own argument. We don't give them away like candy. You have to buy them. Or you can build them yourself. There's not a law that says you can't build them yourself. But again, if the firearms were the problem, 40% of the population owns the over 400 million firearms. I think last I read, there were 470 plus million privately owned firearms that have been registered or have been tracked since the 4473 came into play, which was in like the late 70s, if I remember right. About 470 million firearms, plus or minus maybe 10 million, all right, in the U.S. Of the entire United States population, so let's say 400 million, I think it's actually closer to 375, but let's say 400 million, about 40% of the population owns the 400 and 70 million firearms in the United States. So let's just make it easy. Let's say 50% to do easy numbers. So of the 400 million Americans, 200 million own 470 million firearms. More than 2 firearms per household, essentially. And most households only have 1 firearm. Okay? Most households only have 1 firearm. I obviously have more. If the firearms were the cause of the problems in the United States, wouldn't the 40% or 50% of Americans that own firearms, wouldn't we have just gotten tired of all of the anti-gun, anti-anything that we believe in and not liking it? Wouldn't we have just wiped out the other half? If the guns were the problem, why hasn't that happened? But that's what I mean. Like you're saying the firearms are the problem. If the firearms are the problem, why does the other half of the country that doesn't own any firearms, why do they exist? Why do they continue to exist? Jordan, mine is a 9 million. Yes, Zavada. It's actually less than that, but yeah, roughly. Well, yeah. We're getting to that course. I agree, Chaos. I, for one, think that everyone in the nation should own a firearm. I would love for our country to actually have something more like Swiss firearm ownership. I think every household in the United States should have a firearm. I think that everyone should have one registered firearm. And I think it should be a full auto firearm. You want to know why? Because if everyone in the nation knew that everyone else had at least one full auto firearm, I think you would see crime drop drastically. Nope, I think even people like I think everyone. I am an absolutist when it comes to the Second Amendment. No, here's why. Here's why. This is where people are Second Amendment absolutist. Okay? Second Amendment absolutist. I will never give someone who's trans a firearm because I believe that's a mental illness. But I believe they have the right to own a firearm. If they want to go own one, I'm not going to stop them. I'm not going to say that they shouldn't own the firearm. Shouldn't go out and own the firearm. I just don't agree with them owning the firearm. That being said, the Constitution, which I vehemently, I swore to uphold, and yeah, I saw it Alaska. I was talking about it with Nick at Big Timber Lodge. He and I are pretty good buddies online. But I think that I don't even necessarily agree with people who have committed certain crimes not owning firearms. And the reason that I say that is this, is that if everyone owned a firearm, if every single household in America owned a firearm, and you knew that your neighbor had a firearm, and that the guy down the street had a firearm, the guy in the car next to you that just cut you off, or you driving in a car before you cut someone else off, you go, oh, they've got a gun, because they can have a gun, because everyone in America can have a gun. And I don't know if they're concealing it, if it's at home, they might have a gun. It's going to put everybody into a question of, Do I really want to do what I'm about to do? Do I really want to say you're ugly, you're stupid, you're an intolerant piece of shit, you're a fascist? So, that's what I mean. No, we shouldn't regulate anything. I am a fan of the NFA disappearing, Brady Act disappearing. We should not regulate firearms. I don't agree with background checks. I am to the point that I think that we should be a completely free society when it comes to firearms, because if we all had firearms, if it was nationwide, if states couldn't pass a law to restrict firearms, then everyone would have to assume that everyone has a firearm. Cool, Doofu. Please feel free to elaborate, Doofu. Why? Yeah. And it sucks for everybody that's gone through background checks, that's done NFA tax stamps, that no, casual, I get it. I get it. But at the same time, if we went back to a more civilized way of living life, the way that small communities took care of justice was, oh, you broke the law? Okay, well, you're going to be punished. Now, everybody has a way that they find, everybody goes and looks for a lawyer to find a way to get around justice. So, like, I get why the laws are in place, all right? And until we can live in a society where we can actually punish the people that are wicked and, like, honor the people that are doing good, we'll never be able to live in that type of society that I am talking about. Because it's not the guns, it's the actions that people take. So, that is what I am saying. I wish that everybody in the United States had a firearm, because I think it would put everybody in check. And before you, it's just like my video. It's like my video about breaking into a gun owner's home. Like, if there was the risk that every American homeowner had a gun, is anybody going to break into your house? Are they going to risk breaking into your house? Yeah, they might have a gun too, but how many do you have? How many, like, what's their, do you know if they're better at using a gun than you? Somebody once said, well, then why don't you give someone your name? And I was like, are they going to risk coming into my home? I was like, I have firearms at my house, and I openly show that I have lots of firearms. Do you think that you're more proficient with firearms than I am? Do you think I have all these just because they look cool? Because I want to look tough? Or do you think maybe, just maybe, I know how to use all of these firearms? Do you think you know how to use your firearm better than I know how to use all of mine? Do you think my kids, who I have videos and stuff of, going to the range using those firearms, do you think my kids don't know how? So, I don't leave mine out in the open, Koala. This whole room is my armory. I have deadbolts and locks in place. I have monitored windows and alarm systems. I have cameras. I have CC feed. Yeah, Alaska's like, I've never seen him have that face before. So, Frosty, I agree. Why not register guns? So, you can be registered as a voter, and that can be public knowledge. If you're registered as a voter, your address is out there. Someone can look up your name. If they know your name, they can look up your address. They can see what you're registered as. If I know you have guns, then you can be a target. Right now, if my guns are registered, then and someone wants to request it, that's part of why suppressors they're trying to pull it off of the NFA, is because the NFA is a de facto gun registry. No, you're correct, Course. People with intent wouldn't stop. The only way to stop people with intent is permanently. Well, and that's where I think some good old-fashioned regular justice comes into play. I think muzzle loaders are cool at just about any topic. What about the crime rate in America, Zavada? Zavada, I'm going to go out and I just want to. Are you from America? Because a lot of the things you're saying don't sound like things that an American would bring up. Something in like 77 grain, Frosty. 77 grain is pretty safe. AK Marvin, I think there's a pretty good chance suppressors will. I don't know if SBRs will. Registering guns is unnecessary. Hello, Mandarin things from China. Casual gun deaths. If we're talking about gun deaths being higher than every other nation, that's the argument I say about that. Okay, that's kind of what I thought, Zavada. I thought you might be from Europe. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying. Gun deaths are high in the U.S., but like when people say gun deaths are high in the U.S. compared to other countries, that's to me that's like saying shark attacks are higher in the ocean than they are in the desert. Like, I mean it's a different perspective. So Zavada, you guys, you have to understand. That's why I wanted to ask that question, because based on some of the questions that were coming out. Zavada is living on a continent. Zavada is living on a continent that since the year 500 AD has lived with arms control. During the Dark Ages, unless you were a knight. No, I get it, Zavada. Like, it's the same thing, though. You've lived your whole life, and your entire continent, every country in Europe has lived under some form of arms control since like 500 AD. During the Dark Ages, peasants couldn't own swords because swords were weapons of war. You could only own peasants' knives. You could own short bows. You couldn't own long bows because long bows were weapons of war. You couldn't own pikes, but you could own like a hunting spear. All of my guns are real. That's what I mean, is it is so ingrained into European life. Drake, back me up if I'm incorrect on this. But like, to give you an idea, if you've ever heard of a peasant's knife could only be like 2 inches wide instead of 3 inches wide. It couldn't have a fuller. It couldn't end in a tip. It had to end in a whatever it's called, a slant point. Zavada, you're saying look at Europe, pretty big and lasting empire. How many countries are there in Europe? There's currently a war in Europe. How many revolutions have European countries had? Over and over. How many times have your governments been overthrown? We've had one revolutionary war and one civil war. That's it. And we are now arguably the strongest nation in the world. Kelly Dixon, if we did that, that's where old-fashioned justice comes into play. I am a fan of... Thank you, Drake. You're making my point. No, the only time revolution happened is when you took weapons, fought, and then the people that had the weapons became the new rulers, Zabata. Come on, man. You're in Europe. Come on. History. Come on, bud. Zay Pow. Having guns. It's like I said. If you have guns, we're going to have things like murders with guns. They're going to be people that shoot people and do wrong. I'm not saying that's good. But I'm saying if we take the time, instead of trying to find out why they did it and talking to them, if we just dispensed with people that did that. All right? Kelly, I get it. But again, if people decide to abuse their right to own a firearm, there's a simple solution. Their life is forfeit. When you decide to use your firearm because you want to take someone else's stuff, you want to take someone else's life, we need to be more direct with how we approach that. Oh, they think that they deserve the right to take your car, to take your home, and they're going to use a firearm to do it. Well, they're willing to use a firearm to do it. That means that they're willing to threaten and potentially take your life. Well, I guess their life must not mean as much to them as your stuff does. So their life is forfeited.
Dad?
Yeah.
I'm going to go to bed.
Okay. I love you.
Good night. I love you.
Mwah.
We'll sleep well and have a good day
I
tomorrow.
hope you sleep well and have a good day tomorrow.
Also, I didn't-
Hey, Carson, what's going on?
Dad, I didn't end up putting away the dishes because of how tired I was.
You didn't put them in the dishwasher? They were dirty. They didn't have to be put away.
Yeah, I know. I didn't put them in the dishwasher.
Okay, that's
but
fine.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. So that's what I mean. Like, I get it. There's risk involved. There's risk involved with everyone having firearms. Risk involved. I get it. I understand that. But we also have to be willing to accept that we need to stand up against evil. If we're not willing to stand up against evil, then we're forfeiting the questions. So, Zapo, I think that mass shootings happen when we say, nobody's allowed to have guns in this place. All the mass shootings that happen always happen in places where there are no guns. Like, there's a reason mass shootings don't happen in police stations. Even the mass shootings that happen on military installations. Guess what? Not everyone is allowed to carry a firearm in a military installation. We're all expected to know how to use one and to be careful and to be proficient with one, but not everybody's allowed to have one. What would happen if military installations, if we started letting everyone carry their firearm, their sidearm? Do you think people would do the, well, I'm going to just start shooting everybody? If somebody decides to go crazy and say, oh, Tristan, that's cool. Bow fishing's fun. If somebody decided to go crazy, I'm going to shoot up the world. And it's like, I think we should have harsher punishment. I think we should stop. Well, we're going to put them on trial and then they're going to get life in prison. I think if you commit a mass shooting, whether anyone dies or not, if you commit a mass shooting, I think that you should be given the death penalty. If you commit a mass shooting, because your intent with the firearm isn't to wound everybody, if you're committing a mass shooting, I think if we start unaliving the people that are doing wicked and horrible things, all right, then It's going to stop. It's going to stop really quick. They don't even have to have guns, Zavada. We've gone over this. The guy in Colorado today was throwing Molotov cocktails. In Europe, how many times have we heard about somebody driving a truck through a village or a parade? It happened in Germany. It's happened in other countries. How many times do we hear about mobs of people going and just destroying property and setting people on fire and murdering them and beating them to death? Evil is evil. This is what stops evil right now. This is the preferred. This is the stick now. Cain killed Abel with a rock. If both Cain and Abel would have had rocks, how would that have gone? Exactly, Kelly. It literally is. We used to be more civil. Like, it's terrible to think this, but there's a reason that public executions and doing the death penalty instead of life without parole and things like that. There's a reason that crime started escalating when we stopped punishing evil for what it was. Ben, that's really weird. A car is less suspecting than a bazooka, though. Zavada. If I'm driving a car and I go insane and I decide I want to kill everyone, nobody's suspecting that I'm going to drive through a crowd. If I have a bazooka and everybody sees that I have a bazooka, they're probably going to go, I wonder why that guy's got a bazooka. No, Zaypow, I don't think that you can. Here's the thing, and I've said this when it comes to the cost of owning firearms. When it costs to owning firearms, I have 3 beautiful children, and I love my children. I will not denounce the Second Amendment, even if it cost my children their lives. When people say, how many children have to die for you to give up your guns? All of them, including my own children. Because I know that one day, if everyone gives up their guns, one day, someone with the mindset of Putin or Mao is going to try to change the landscape of this country if we do. Correct, Drake? Yeah. Do I think it sucks? Yes. I think it sucks, but it's the same thing. You risk being attacked by a shark by swimming in the ocean. Does that mean you never go swimming in the ocean? Never go boating? Every time you drive in a car, you risk getting in a car crash. You're a good driver, but you don't know if the other person's drinking or if they're a good driver. Everything that we do in life is about risk management, accepting risk and denying. Thank you, Tristan. I appreciate it. That's not how bazookas work, Zavada. That's not how bazookas work. You're saying bazooka, but a bazooka doesn't really exist. There's like an RPG, there's like a towed rocket, there's like a law, there's like a grenade launcher. But again, that's not how they work. But Zavada, you're making an argument like you don't have to be speeding in a car straight at you. I could be driving down the street You could be looking the other way, and I could decide, I don't like that guy, and I could just swerve into the sidewalk. Yeah, Zapo, I think that what it's going to be is what I think it's going to be is I think it's going to be harsher. I think we need to have harsher punishments for people that abuse the Second Amendment. And I think it is going to be standing up for and not giving people the opportunity to think that they can get away with committing those crimes. I think when we do that, then we can start to come to a point where we say, hey, human life is worth more than killing. And if I'm going to take an action that's going to result in the ending of human life, I'm not, because the only places that are like that are places that people have the wrong. Okay, so I've been to Qatar. I've been to deployed. I've been to. Correct. I've been to other countries. In most of those other countries, like, schools are more like prisons here in the U.S. They have gated entry. In Qatar, all of the schools, all of the schools that the Qatari kids go to, the actual nationals, they are gated. They have barbed wire. They have armed guards. They're very nice schools. It's like private, but it's more protected than a prison. All right? Why using schools as an example? Because schools is where the majority of the mass shootings that occur in the U.S. Schools is where most of those things take place. Why do we protect prisons and prisoners who break the law, including murderers and rapists and child abusers? Why did they get better protection than children in this country? Hey, Voyage. Why do politicians that are supposed to be serving us, why do they have more rights in protecting children or protecting themselves than our children or our homes? Why are they more important? Yes, Frosty. Thank you, Kelly. I think it could, but people have to be willing to admit they have to change their mind about how they think about things. They're laying blame to the wrong things. They're laying blame to the firearms instead of laying blame to the individuals. Instead of, well, let's remove firearms from the situation. That doesn't fix the fact that people want to do evil. Because if you make, let's say that I've talked about the cars. If we don't protect schools properly, okay, how many people have been to a high school? How many high schools have a large common area that's near the front doors or near the front office? Okay, and they how hard would it be to drive a vehicle into a common area in a high school in the middle of the day? Thank you, Bryson. I'm doing well. I appreciate that. That's definitely going to go towards the revolver fund. What's to stop someone from driving into that school with a truck or a car? With a propane tank and a road flare. It's that easy. If I have a propane tank that I open and I have a road flare that I can go buy at any auto parts store, and I drive a vehicle with a large fuel tank inside of a school, and then I light the flare, what do you think is going to happen? I'm not going to do that. I'm never going to do that. So, no, I agree. And we need to be willing, as custodians of the Second Amendment, as supporters of gun ownership, we need to be willing to have conversations. Like, gun owning is against the law if you're not a Qatari. If you're not a Qatari citizen, Zavada. But in Qatar, they still have their schools set up with large walls, with gates that only school personnel are allowed in, or armed guards are allowed in, because they all have armed guards. Okay? The schools still have bulletproof windows. All right? Have you been to Qatar? Because I have. All right? We can look at any country. You can look at Japan. Guns are forbidden in Japan. They're against the law, except for the military and the police. There's not a lot of shootings, except for the criminals that have the guns, like the gangs, not the triads, the Yakuza. But guess what they have a lot of in Japan? Because it's traditional. They have a lot of stabbings. They have a lot of suicide. There's a lot of mutilation and self-harm. That does happen in Japan. The reason that in the UK they're getting really big on knives, guns are already outlawed, but it's not stopping the violence. It's happening, the violence happens on a smaller scale, but you also have the UK. The UK has a population less than the size of Texas. All right? America is the third largest country in the world. We have less violence than India, and we have less violence than China. The reason that we know that is because China controls everything that comes out of their nation, and they have entire populations that are enslaved in camps and re-education, and we know that they get killed. We can see through satellites, unclassified satellites, you can go and look and see where they build new crematoriums and they burn bodies. So we know that people are being killed or dying all the time in China. Thank you, Shedao. So we know that's happening. We know that there's tons of death and violence that can't be controlled in India. We know there's tons of death and violence that can't be controlled in Africa. So, as a nation, when we talk about gun violence, okay, let's take every single gun death in America. We already established we have close to 470 million people, 400 million people here in the United States. Of the 400 million people, there were 51,000 gun deaths last year. And let's not even count, let's not differentiate between suicide, homicide, police shootings, justified, anything like that. Let's just say 50,000 deaths. 50,000 out of 370 million. All right? 50,000 out of 370 million is less than 0.1%. So our homicide gun crime rate is less than 100. It affects less than 0.01% of our entire population. And you're going to tell me we have a gun problem. What's the actual if you look at the total number of stabbings and violence and homicides that happen in the UK. See, in the UK they get on kind of this box of we're better because there aren't as many deaths, but there's still the violence. Swan, I carry a Glock 19 clone. I agree. I also think that we should legalize pretty much all drugs and just tax it. If you want to tax something, do a consumption tax on all drugs and legalize it. I think the population will take care of itself. J-Hub, I like that answer. Hey, I just want to give everybody a shout out that's contributed to our our firearm goal, our revolver goal. I agree, expensive. I agree. And that's where I think like we've done away with insane asylums. And now we just arrest people and send them to prison. Because they're too much of a threat instead of trying to help them get the help that they need because of the stigma of it. We treat drugs as a crime instead of a health issue. But let's help those people. Exactly, casual. Do you want to hear fun facts? So here's where we are with mental health. You know why? There's a statistic that says that if you own a firearm, you're more likely to commit suicide. The reason that the left words things that way is because people that attempt suicide with firearms, it is a 99% success rate. When you attempt suicide with a firearm, you're 99% more likely to succeed. So they say you're more likely to commit it because when you attempt suicide, if you fail, you didn't commit suicide. But do you know what the average number of times someone tries to commit suicide with a firearm is? 1. Because they either do it and succeed, or they don't and they never try again. Do you know what the average number of times someone tries to commit suicide by any other means is? It's like 9. It's like 9 times. If they don't use a firearm, it's like, you can look it up, the statistic. It takes 9 attempts before someone is either successful or they stop trying to commit suicide. Do not tell me it is a gun problem. Hey Zavada, what's the population of all of Europe combined compared to the US? What's the population of all of Europe combined compared to the US? You can even include the Russian part of Europe if you want in that. Or don't. I don't care. That's not what I asked you, Zavada. You gave me a really specific number up above. I'm asking you for a really specific number below. What is the population compared to the US? Here, I'll Google it for you. What is the total combined population of European countries? The total population of Europe is estimated to be around 745 million as of June 1st, 2025. All right, so let me ask you this question, Zavada. Are you including Russia in that? Is Russia part of Europe? Or are you not including European Russia? So in 2018, excluding Russia, okay, the population was 650 million. So, all right, so if you're talking about only the EU, let's do only the EU because not every country that's in Europe is part of the EU. All right, 450 million. Are you wanting homicides? Zavada? Are you doing only homicides or are you doing all violent death? I just Googled it, dude. As of last year, it said that the population of just the European Union was 450 million. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, Zavada. What are you measuring? Are you measuring only knife and gun deaths? Or are you doing total homicides? Yeah, it's almost midnight here. I'm going to go to bed pretty soon. What's going on here? My chat just like died. Yeah, I agree. Zavada. USA demands is not too high. Zavada, here's the thing. You don't live here, it doesn't affect you. All right? Do I think there's too many homicide deaths here in America? I do. You know what I think would help? If we started treating homicide deaths the way that people that commit homicide feel about the people they commit homicide on. If we started murdering the people that murder others, I think there'd be a lot less homicide. Stever, buy a Glock style airsoft gun. Doesn't affect you, bud. Alrighty. We are intelligent people, but until, here's the thing, Zapo. Until we resolve the problems that currently exist, we can't prevent. It doesn't do any good to give someone a vaccine when they're bleeding out. Until we resolve the reactive issue, we can't start taking preventative measures. We can do a little bit of both. I think we can close our borders. We can start limiting the type of crime and drugs and things that come into the country. We can start being a little bit more controlling over how firearms come in and come out of the country that are illegal. We can start being a lot harsher to people that commit gun crime. All right? Instead of finding a way and finding some loose tool to get them out on those things, we're going to do it. But it's never going to go away completely. It's not going to go away completely. It won't happen. There's not a single country in the world that is free of crime. Because you can't regulate a person's soul. You can't regulate their heart or their mind. So we can make schools more protective. We can stop making them soft targets and saying, there's no guns here. I would go back to if we're talking about deaths from the Second Amendment, or if we're talking about firearm deaths, then what I'm going to say is, okay, are you going to count all 50,000 deaths that happen from guns? I say we're already as a nation, we're at less than 1/100% of that. So it affects less than 1/100%. So then we have to look at, okay, how much money are we willing to spend as a nation, as a people? How much tax money are we going to put into it? Because really, that's part of why nothing ever happens with violent crime and homicide. The reason that doesn't change is because even though the Democrats and anti-gun people don't ever want to admit it, it isn't as big a problem as people think. It affects less than 1/100% of our total population. Of the 1/100% that it affects, we're taking, if we cut that in half, because more than half of the firearm deaths in the United States are suicides. So how much are we putting into mental health? Because people are afraid of guns, Coors. Because people are afraid of guns. People are afraid guns are going to be used on them, even though it doesn't happen to hardly anybody. It's not nothing. It's still a huge number of people. But like 54% of those are suicides. If you're going to get a handgun, Stever, just get the Glock airsoft, like I said. Okay, so we can either say that we can take out suicide as part of the equation, or we can include it. If we include it, then we have to talk about mental health, which ties into men's mental health awareness for this month. If we want to take it out, that's fine. That actually makes it a little bit easier because it's hard to force people. Like, mental health is always going to be something that's going to be an advocacy argument, and you can't regulate mental health. Okay, so let's take the other 46% of firearm deaths. How many of them are justified by police? That only involve police having firearms, that don't involve the other side. It's like, I think it's like 25% of those. Just get like an AR style or an MP5 style airsoft gun, Stever, to practice dry fire. I agree, Barnes. I agree. It's probably a good idea, Zavada. No, I agree. I think we need someone who knows the numbers. And I've looked a lot into the numbers. I've talked about this a lot. As a 2A absolutist, that's one of the things I do. So let's eliminate the suicide portion of it. That's 54% of all firearm deaths are suicide. Let's eliminate the justifiable homicide part of it. Police officers and private citizens. That's another 5,000 deaths, I think. So now we're down to, of the 24,000 deaths, we're down to 19,000 deaths. That was weird. Now, if we get into the 19,000 deaths, how many of those are gang-on-gang violence? Unfortunately, of the 19,000 deaths that are left, about 15,000 of them are gang-on-gang violence. So, if we eliminate, because again, how do we control the gang-on-gang violence? Yes, 15,000 deaths in the United States are gang-on-gang violence, are deaths because they're using guns. If we had a magic wand, Zavada, and we could do that, okay, if we could do that and take away all of the firearms from gangs, the number of murders and death would go from about 15,000 to maybe 13,000. We know that because there are almost an equal number of stabbings that don't result in death, but stabbings that occur that are gang-related stabbings. Okay? So we know that gang-on-gang violence is not something that's fixed by just eliminating the tool. Pretty much. That's literally what happened. I was like, what was that? I'll show you trying to choke me my own food. It was a piece of that beef jerky that we made. So that leaves about 4,000 firearms deaths that are maybe preventable, that are maybe truly preventable. So now the argument becomes, how much money can we spend, can we convince the American taxpayers to spend on preventing that gun violence? Well, of those 4,000, there's maybe 200 in a year that are mass shootings. And of those mass shootings, probably 90% of them take place in schools. So, do we convince the American public to spend X amount of money to remove the gun-free zones from all schools, increase police presence in all schools, harden all schools, for 180 deaths? Not all of which are children, by the way. I'm not trying to be mean when I say this. It's probably not going to happen. It's probably not going to happen. The most effective thing that we can do to reduce gun violence in the United States is to harshly go after gun violence criminals. If you commit gun violence, you're dead. If we did that, gun violence, I think you would see gun violence drop by 80%. What's categorically false? Good night, sis. Gunshots, what research? Are you talking about my numbers? My numbers are pretty close. No, I think having more police in schools is not necessarily the solution. I think having trained the waiting period doesn't do anything to prevent suicide. It was anecdotal at best, the research that they did on it. I think that no, I don't want rehabilitation. I'm done with rehabilitation. I'm done with rehabilitating rapists and murderers and pedophiles. I'm done with it. I'm done with spending lots of money to humanely give them the lethal injection. I'm done. Firing squad, hanging, electric chair. Rapists, pedophiles, murderers. Yeah, suicide prevention. When you have 50,000 or when you have 27,000 people committing suicide with a firearm, we don't have 27,000 people, or there's not 2,500 people that are talked out of committing suicide because they waited 3 days. If anything, they attempted suicide another way. No, Zavada, it couldn't have been me. Because I'm not a rapist, I'm not a pedophile, and I'm not a murderer. I'm not that person. I'm not asking people to be perfect, Zavada. I'm asking people to not rape, not murder, and not be pedophiles. And if you do one of those three things, Zapal, the problem is you're approaching this from an ideological point of view. You have to be willing to accept that owning firearms is a risk. Okay, and you can't control whether or not I do something bad with firearms. You can't control whether someone else does something with firearms. All we can do is say that you lower the risk by increasing ownership, because if everyone is potentially armed, then everyone is potentially at risk of having something happen to them. But that is a very long, drawn-out conversation. It's not one that I'm going to be able to do in the next 3 minutes while I set up our ASMR stream. I would beg to differ, Zavada. If our government tried to overthrow us, those of us that are armed would put a pretty decent dent into their ability to do it. That's just it, Zapo. I don't think those exist. I don't think there are out-of-the-box ideas. I don't think we need out-of-the-box ideas. I think we need in-the-box, old-school solutions. I think we need to punish violent and extreme criminals with extreme measures. And I think we need to just come to the table and say, look, if you don't want to own firearms, don't own firearms. But 99.99% of firearm owners are not the ones committing crimes. Some of them, Barnes. Some of them are pretty robust. Eventually, yes. All right, guys, you can feel free to stay in the chat and chat amongst yourselves. I have to get up and go to work tomorrow morning, so I'm gonna hop off. This has been an awesome stream. This has been probably my best stream that I've ever had. I would say no to that, Zapo. It shouldn't be anybody's business if I own a firearm or not. That's my whole take. All right, guys. You guys have a wonderful night. Thank you, everyone, for taking part in our cool conversations. Please, as I mentioned, men's mental health awareness. If you are struggling mentally, please, on my channel, you guys can reach out. I have lots of resources that are available. You can email me, you can go to any of my other social medias. If you are a vet, if you're a public servant, anything like that, and you're struggling mentally, if you don't want to make it publicly known, you can just send me an email and say, thank you, Zavada. Thanks for not just getting mad. I thought this was a really good conversation, everybody. I really liked it. But please reach out to me, even if it's just something on a comment on my video, and I'll try to find a way to reach out to you, get you in touch with some resources. As men, we have a duty to protect those that are weaker than us, I believe. I think we want to do that. I think we want to be better. I think we want to protect each other. I think we want to protect the children, the innocent. We want to do the best things possible. But we oftentimes overlook ourselves. That's where we as men can protect each other. Even if it's not direct conversations, just knowing that we're out here looking out for each other and caring about each other, then that gives us something in solidarity that we can stand up for and look and know that like we can have things that we struggle with, but we can struggle together. So I love you guys. Please reach out to me. Please feel free to stay in the chat, watch the guns, listen to the ASMR sounds. If you want to donate towards the Revolver fund, I would love that. I really look forward to letting you guys vote on what Revolver I get. I think that'll be really fun. It's a way to give back to you guys because you guys enjoy the content, you enjoy the streams. I want to be able to do that for you guys. Because you were able to help me pay for it. So please feel free to reach out and do that. The stream will be up all night if you want to do supers or chats or memberships. Yeah. You guys have a wonderful day. Look out for one another. Be kind to one another. I appreciate all the conversations, Zapo. Zavada, I would love if you wanted to subscribe to it. We have conversations like this a lot. We talk a lot about guns. We talk a lot about men's mental health. And I think you bring up a lot of good things. I think you're coming at it from a different perspective, a different way of life than what we have. I don't think that's bad. I just don't think that we're going to agree on it. But I do think you bring a perspective of the value of human life. And I think that's important. So don't take what we said as... we don't like you. We just maybe don't like the view. We don't necessarily like the point of view, and we don't necessarily agree on the point of view. But I think you're a good human being, and I think it's great that you're looking out for human life. There's nothing wrong with looking out for human life. We just come from different cultures and the way that we do it. So please. That's one of the things I like to do on my channel. I want to have discussions like that. I want to have differing opinions because no one will ever come to any type of compromise in anything if we can't have those hard discussions. So, exactly, Barnes. So, you guys have a great night. Thanks for sticking around. I think we're almost to $200 towards our $500 goal. If you guys want to go find a bunch of people that want to vote on what kind of revolver I get and get them to donate $1 or $2 each, if we can find 300 people to donate $2 each, then we can go buy a revolver later this week. So go make it happen, guys. Otherwise, we have to wait until like the end of July when I finally get enough views on all my videos to get me another couple $100. That's how it goes here. I have 2 teenagers that can drive and 1. That's funny. Gray Wolf. I'm an IT manager. I make good money. I just also have 2 teenagers that can drive. My wife and I both work, and we both drive. And I have another child that's about to start driving. So I have 4 car payments, and insurance, and a mortgage. Life is expensive. So I'm not asking for money. I'm saying that if you guys want to pick my revolver, then you guys help me pay for it. So, but if you don't want to be here, you can leave. You don't have to stay. It's up to you. You guys have a good night. It was fun talking with everybody. I'll see you later. Always stay strapped.
Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional grade supplies for every industry, even hard to find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do do do. Do do do. It's a final countdown. Oh. Who had a fun week? Who had a fun weekend? Anybody that's on? Anybody that's on? Alrighty. Oh, that was flattering. It's a very flattering look for me. Oh. Oh. Now someone was asking about the AK. It's right there. AK's right there, guys. We'll work for 9mm. Tonzakin, hey, Johnny B, will work for 9mm. Sorry guys, I'm still waking up. Woke up about 20 minutes ago. So it's letting my brain get connected to the world. How's everyone's morning been going? Everybody having a good morning? Mr. Muhammad. Yeah, I don't read that language, bud. I'm going to kill the stream so I can start getting ready for the day and working. Glad you guys had fun. Glad you guys enjoyed the overnight stream. And I look forward to talking to you later. Bye.